I said, I'm not going to be the one to take down the team.
And you wake up and it's like, Mom's gone. How could you see Mom for a while?
FaceTime. We
Right.
FaceTimed on New Year's.
We came back from a European this summer, and I'd gone to the doctor that day. My husband had gone to the doctor. Then I get a text from a friend. She said, we just tested positive for both the two of us. So Dave and I kind of had, sniffling noses. Tested, we're both positive.
Billboard, baby, do it, you can make them dance, like, come on. Everybody looking for a dance, come on.
That afternoon, I guess, we went and got the money for the limo. My husband never did take a bite. Anyway, yeah.
Like, I'll take it.
We're officially underway now in the pole vault competition in the men's heptathlon. A couple of clearances, Caleb Ness and Colin Hughes.
Call it my Mary Poppins bag. Like you just all of a sudden start whipping stuff.
That's what I said. I basically have a whole pizza in there, plus pasta, salad, and beverages.
I love the way you roll.
And actually, Jaden picked up something yesterday, and Paul picked up something else, and I think they were both like, "Oh my gosh, these are like so heavy." I can cram stuff in a bag like no.
You never know when you're going to get stranded on the road.
Well, I said if we go off the road, we probably got 5-6 days to come by.
Yeah, yeah. That's how we roll. Only this time I left everything in the fridge when I left.
She had it all packed up.
For tomorrow?
No, just like
For today. Like I had all of our lunches packed.
And to run.
Yeah,
we got everything. She brings so many. Like we bring like 10 gallons of water. You know. But we went to
Okay,
Winco.
if you get hungry or thirsty, seriously.
Thank
Well,
you.
we went to Winco last night.
Yeah, we had to refill.
Never been there before. Have you guys been to Winco?
I do.
It
The
depends.
prices. It's like 50%.
Oh yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. The people were a little overwhelming in Moscow. It was very interesting. No, it's a trap. It's a trap. I realized when I walked in, I'm like, oh shit, it's a trap. Like, it weaves you in and out.
There was a pint of berries for raspberries for $2.99. The store next to us, it's like $6.99. It's one of those employee-owned ones. Like when I was a kid, they called it pay and pack, where there was nobody bagged your groceries.
That was just Colin Hughes, having cleared 272. It's 8 feet 11. Bar's moving up now to 282. As you can imagine, we have quite a few passes coming into this competition.
I was intimidated by the self-checkout for quite a while. And then, with the big lines of people, I didn't want to hold anybody up. But I finally went into Kmart or something one time, and there was nobody there. And I'm like, I'm going to stand here and figure it out.
Another clearance for Hughes. We're just getting our heights and attempts correctly input into the system here. So that was actually a clearance at 272.
Sherry, where'd you guys go eat last night? Ah. Oh, nice.
I waited on him.
Oh my gosh,
I
really?
came in to get a go
That's
order
so
for
funny.
Tegan, and they were just finishing.
Well, we went to the, what's it called? Zambino's?
Oh yeah.
Gambino's, and I thought it was going to be packed because it was a Friday night, and it wasn't.
So Gambino's used to be. There's a little tiny building that's right next to it, in between another big building, and that's when I was here. That's what Gambino's used to be. It wasn't this big, but it was fantastic, and they were known for their fish bowls of beer. So I don't know if they still do it, but you can go in. It's like 6 beers and a fish
Oh,
bowl.
look, he looks like he's related.
Yeah. I did it. I drank one,
Yeah.
but yeah, you could go in and
One time you tried it.
yeah, but you could go in and get a big bowl of spaghetti and a beer and a nut.
It was good too. The bread.
I'll bet they've
Yeah, I know. Right. It was packed last year. So,
been around for 50 or 60
but
years.
yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we had 7 people and they scattered right away.
That brew pub that's right, one of those next to there too, is really good.
Is that where PA was?
Yeah.
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 Last year?
Yeah, we did too. I had a really good time.
Yeah, it was good. We were looking for pasta because some of us don't need the carload. I was like, I really don't need the carload, but I'm here and we should get pasta.
Yeah. Yeah, Janelle bought me the pasta making attachments for
For
our
the
mixer.
yeah.
Years ago. She's gonna give me crap for not using it.
Hughes just keeps on clearing here at 282.
I used to do that somewhat regularly, but now it's like it's just I don't need the carb load. It's fun.
Entering the competition now is Cash from Whitworth at 282. 9'3".
I've got the sausage attachment too, and I've done that one time. That was kind of fun, but I seasoned it wrong and I ruined basically the whole batch. But I want to do it again.
Eli Cash again up now. Clearance for Cash, so he does get a mark, a scoreable mark for the competition here. 2 meters 82, 9'3". I believe the bar will be moved up now to 2 meters 92, as I don't believe there are any other I don't believe there's any other athletes competing at 282. 292 will see the entry of Porter Caulfield of Montana. Miss number 1 for Colin Hughes at 292. Both Watts of Whitworth and Cash of Whitworth have elected to pass at 292. So it looks like Porter Caulfield is on the runway. Easy clearance for Caulfield. And it should bring up Caleb Ness of Western Oregon. And Hughes over the bar at 292. Here goes Ness, attempt number 2. He'll have one more shot at 292. Here's Ness again, third attempt at 292. He does have a mark at 202, so he will get a score for this event. And another score as he clears 292, joining Hughes and Caulfield over the bar at this height. Looks like the bar now will be moved up to 302. Caulfield over the bar at 302. I guess ultimately the bar, as I looked away, did fall. So Caulfield have 2 more attempts at this height. This brings up Ness again for 302. Miss number 1 for Ness. This will bring up Hughes now for his first attempt at 302. So we've got 3 misses, one from Porter, one from Porter Caulfield, one from Hughes, and one from Ness. Here's Eli Cash of Whitworth on the runway. Cash clears 302. First man over. And the short approach of Daniel Watts of Whitworth. He's on the runway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise, if able, and remove your hats as we honor this great nation with the singing of our national anthem by Killarney Hardaway. Killarney Hardaway, everyone. And now we also direct your attention to the video board for a quick video about the namesake of this track and this memorial competition, Lauren McCluskey.
Smile that can light up a room. Sadly, that light was put out when, despite doing everything right herself, Lauren was tragically murdered by an ex-boyfriend at the University of Utah. She was there on a hard-earned track scholarship, thanks in part to years of training at her home track in the Kiddie Dome. Washington State professors Matt and Jill McCluskey drove their budding star to the dome regularly, where she was coached by Olympians Angela White and Andy Glazer and other Vandals. To thank the university for its support of Lauren, and to honor those who have given in her name, the McCluskeys contributed to the Kiddie Dome track resurfacing and created the Lauren McCluskey Memorial Athletic Scholarship Endowment. For Jill and Matt, making positive, life-affirming contributions to universities in their daughter's name is a way to move through heartache, toward healing, and let Lauren's light shine once again.
And back to the infield we go here. Here's Colin Hughes' second attempt at 302. You'll note also on the infield, we've got warm-ups happening in the women's triple jump. Also the women's shot put. So we're gonna have a bit of a four-ring circus here momentarily as we've got all sorts of things cooking. We'll do our best to keep you apprised of everything, but you can check out the results and current standings at live.finishedresults.com. That's live.finishedresults, finishedresults.com. You can check those out here or send those to fans at home. Follow your favorite athlete, your favorite event, whatever it might be. Covering everything the best we can here in the Kiddie Dome. And just a couple of reminders for our athletes today that the running events will be on a rolling schedule, but we do promise they will not run more than 5 minutes ahead of time, if that's the case. But please check in for your running events at the clerk table at the east end under the video board at least 45 minutes before the start of your event. Again, please check in for all running events at least 45 minutes ahead of start time. And for the field events, check in at your event area. Weigh-ins are open and will be available until noon, so you have about an hour. And also, quick reminder, though we haven't seen anybody violating this as of yet, that no spikes are allowed on the tennis courts, on the infield there. No spikes on the tennis courts. Please respect the facility. Again, results and heat sheets, if you're curious, are available at live.finishedresults.com. The heptathlon pole vault bar now moving up to 322. Gabe Birchfield entering the competition now for his first time, 322. With a great little stall and a pose. He makes it over the bar. Birchfield doing it with style. This brings up Porter Caulfield now, his first attempt at 3 meters 22. Clearance for Caulfield joins Birchfield as the only two over. This should bring up Daniel Watts now of Whitworth. And a clearance by Tevens at 322. And while we're still really only midway through this pole vault competition, looks like we're about ready to get started in both the women's triple jump and the women's shot put competitions. Again, these are both events with 2 flights. Once both flights are concluded, we'll take the top 9 to finals. So every athlete gets 3 attempts in both the triple and the shot put. We'll take the top 9. We'll get 3 additional attempts. And just as we're underway with the field events, we're also going to have some qualifying events coming up here. This is the women's 60-meter dash. 4 heats in these prelims to qualify for this afternoon's final. We'll just take the straight 8 best times. We'll qualify to this afternoon's final. And that's slated to be run at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And it looks like we're about ready for heat number 1 in these qualifying heats of the women's 60. Appears we might have a couple of vacant lanes in 2 and 4. So competing out there today in heat 1, Kaylee Peterson of Pepperdine's in lane 1. And then over in lane 3, Jaden Beatty. 4 appears to be vacant. Lane 5, Isabella Reyes of Pepperdine. In 6, Lauren Chandler of Central Washington. And out in 7 from Montana, Kara Matson. That's heat 1, women's 60 qualifying. And we'll take the top 8 to finals. So while we're awaiting the start of this first heat of the 60 qualifying, just a quick update in the women's shot. Haley Appleford of Lewis Clark is leading at 11.87. That's 38 feet, 11 and a half inches. And we just saw a clearance in the pole vault by Porter Caulfield at 3:32 on his 3rd and final attempt at that height. Joins Eli Cash over the bar at 3:32. All right, now we're ready to go. Heat 1, qualifying, women's 60. Peterson in 1, Beatty in 3, Reyes in 5, Chandler in 6, Matson in 7. And a quick start from Pepperdine's Reyes in 5, but down to lane 1, Kaylee Peterson pulling out the W here in Heat 1. You see Pepperdine going 1-2 with Peterson and Reyes, 7:96. The winning time, again, we'll take the top 8 times total. So quick point of note, all University of Idaho graduating seniors, please report to the finish line, as we'll be honoring you after these qualifying events. And the hurdle crew, please report to the 60 hurdle starting line. So graduating seniors to the finish line, hurdle crew to the starting line. Thank you. All right, to the blocks we go here in Heat 2. It does appear that lane 4 and 6 looks like maybe vacant out there. So lane 1, Elishiva Davis. Lane 2, Montana's Jael Dovacek. Lane 3 from Montana, Cosley Bruno. Lane 4 appears to be vacant. Lane 5, Zoe Gonzalez from Central Washington. And lane 6 is vacant. And then to lane 7, this is Paris Harris. Heat 2. And a quick start on the outside from Paris Harris, but down in lane 2, that's Jalen Dovacek. Dovacek to the line with her teammate, Cosley Bruno, right behind. 7:95, the winning time out of Heat 2. Again, we're taking the top 8 to this afternoon's final at 3 o'clock. About ready for Heat 3 now. Everybody present and accounted for. In lane 1 from Eastern Washington, Jordan Kochi. In lane 2, Pepperdine's Amelia Skuraton. Lane 3, Eastern Oregon's Madison McMillan. Lane 4, Emma Olson. Lane 5, Pepperdine's Alexa Ortega. In 6, Idaho's Emilia Puerta. And out in lane 7, Lindsay Ege. And a quick start from Pepperdine's Alexa Ortega, but down the inside in lane 1, Kochi takes the W in heat 3, 788 officially. Quick update from the women's shot put competition. In Flight 1, we're nearly complete, or maybe we are complete now with 2 rounds of throws. Beginning round 3 throws, Appleford, still your leader with Boyd sitting in second, and Carpenter in third. Back to the track, heat 4 in these qualifying rounds of the women's 60. Lane 1 will be vacant. Lane 2 is Montana's Riley McGree. Lane 3, Washington State's Michaela DeMello. In lane 4 from Eastern Oregon, Taylor Joyce. In 5, Pepperdine's Ava Malley. In lane 6 from Whitworth, Brooke Kimura. And in lane 7 from Lewis Clark, Emberlyn Mack. That's heat 4. And off and running in lane 3, that's Washington State's Michaela DeMello. DeMello separating herself from the field. 768. All right, when we have all those aggregated, we will get you those 8 athletes who have qualified to this afternoon's final. And if you're not there, better hustle up. We're looking for all the University of Idaho graduating seniors. Please get to that finish line area. All right, it looks like we're probably all there. So at this time, we would just really like to recognize and congratulate those Vandals down there near the finish line who are graduating seniors and have contributed so much to this program and this institution. Here they are. A major in general studies, minor in pre-med. Plans after graduation is to attend pharmacy school. And the favorite memory at Idaho, first time sledding at the Arboretum. This is Taylor Leday. And a general ed major with a minor in mechanical engineering. Wants to build tiny homes in New Brunswick. And favorite memory is 2023 outdoor conference medaling in all of his events, Gemini Archer. And the next senior is a master of architecture. Wants to go back home to Boise and begin career working at an architecture firm. Their favorite memory here is spring break at the Oregon coast with the distance team, Natalia Campos. The next senior, a major in natural resource and conservation, wants to work in fish and wildlife, and the favorite memory is a 2023 indoor conference 4x400 meter relay, Spencer Barrera. And the next senior, an exercise, sport, and health science major with an emphasis in physical education. They want to attend the McCall Outdoor Science School and pursue a master's degree in natural resources with an emphasis in environmental education and science communication. And the favorite memory was the 2023 Indoor Big Sky Championships, competing at their home track during a championship meet alongside their amazing teammates. That will be something they'll never forget. This is Cameron Crouch. And the next senior, a criminology major, wants to become a police officer. And so far, their favorite memory has been winning last year's 2023 Indoor 4x4 with Alex Lorenz and Spencer. This is DeAndre Davis. And the next senior is a medical sciences major, wants to attend physician assistant school. And the favorite memory was traveling to Long Beach with the team, Ellie Grant. The next senior, a major in exercise, sports, and health sciences. They want to find a job in the United States. That's the plan after graduating. And their favorite memory was their first travel with the team, Simone Fidel. The next senior, a double major in psychology and recreation, sports, and tourism management. Plans after graduating are to go into student ministry, learn more about themselves, and continue to trust in the Lord as He guides them wherever they go. Their favorite memory here at Idaho is cheering on the women's and men's 4x4 teams in their races when we hosted the indoor conference championships last year. Seeing them run with everyone they had and have their hard work pay off, and getting to celebrate that with the team was an amazing thing. And an amazing singer as well, Kelani Hardyway. The next senior, majoring in a master's in adult organizational learning and leadership. They want to work in law enforcement here in the Palouse. And their favorite memory in Idaho was meeting their wife at this school, Jurian Herring. The next senior, majored got a bachelor's degree in environmental science with certificates in climate change and GIS. They're still undecided about what they want to do after graduation, but excited for a career in environmental sciences. Favorite memory at Idaho was a cross-country camp that always held some of their favorite memories, and getting to spend a week away to train with their favorite people is something they'll always cherish. Mia Hill. The next senior, a health and exercise sciences major. They want to teach physical education in Washington. They love traveling to meets with the team and spending all the time they can with their teammates, because that's time well spent. This is Olivia Martin. 3 more seniors to honor here. Major in mechanical engineering. They want to work on their doctorate in mechanical engineering at Idaho, and their favorite memory was the Brian Clay invite trip. This is Tim Stevens. The next senior, an environmental sciences master's degree is what their major was here. They want to work in the Potlatch Deltic Lumber and Plywood Mill as an environmental technician. Their favorite memory was spring break 2023 with their teammates, Hannah Russell. And the next senior, a medical sciences major. They want to travel and then attend med school. Their favorite memory in Idaho, eating grapes at midnight with their roommates on New Year's in front of a clock tower on campus. This is Prab Wickramarachchi. And those are your graduating seniors from the University of Idaho. Big round of applause. Congratulations, seniors. And in case you're wondering here, these are the final qualifiers to this afternoon's 60 meters for the women. With the 8th qualifying time, Taylor Joyce of Eastern Oregon, Riley McGree of Montana, Zoe Gonzalez of Central Washington, Cosley Bruno of Montana, Kaylee Peterson of Pepperdine, JL Dovachak of Montana, Jordan Kochi of Eastern Washington, and with the fastest qualifying time, Michaela DeMello of Washington State. So we'll see those 8 athletes at 3 o'clock this afternoon for the women's 60 final. And the heptathlon pole vault bars at 3:52, 3 meters 52. Here's Daniel Watts, his 3rd and final attempt at this height. So that'll be it for Watts. He cleared 3 meters 42, and that's what he'll be scored on in the heptathlon. Both Porter Caulfield and Eli Cash have cleared 3:52. Still a number of athletes who have not entered the competition yet. And we did conclude Flight 1 in the women's shot. Best mark of the day so far, Haley Appleford of Lewis Clark, 11 meters 87. That's 38 feet, 11 and a half inches. Izzy Boyd of Whitworth, 1169, 38, 4 and a half inches. So she sits in 2nd overall in Flight 1. And then Isabella Carpenter, 1102, 36 feet, 2 inches. But we'll get going here with Flight 2 after they get done with their warm-ups. And again, combine the results after 3 attempts by everybody in Flights 1 and 2, and we'll take the top 9 to finals. And over the women's triple jump, Caitlin Simmons, your best mark of the day so far. 11 meters 84. That's 38 feet 10 and a quarter inches. You just saw Adrienne Washington of Eastern Oregon jump there. That was her 2nd or 3rd round attempt. And as you can see, the next event on the track will indeed be the men's 60-meter hurdles prelims. They were scheduled to go off at 11:45, but naturally we noted that this is a rolling schedule. So it's quite possible they'll get going a titch early. And women's triple jump, that was just Amanda Munoz. She had 2 fouls in the previous 2 attempts and got on the board there with an 11 meters 56, 37.11 and a quarter. Puts her up into 4th place overall. And that was just a run-through foul from Lindsay Ege. Just getting going over there. She was in the 60 qualifying rounds. Back to the men's pole vault and heptathlon. Bars at 3 meters 62. Here's Cody Tevens. So far, Bothwell, the only one over the bar at this height. And now Tevens over the bar at this height. Gabe Birchfield now in the men's pole vault. First attempt, 362. Yeah, it was just a clearance by Eli Cash of Whitworth. That's 3 over the bar now at 3 meters 62. Should bring up Porter Caulfield now, I believe, for attempt number 2 at this height. Or excuse me, it's actually going to be Gabe Birchfield first for his second attempt. And Birchfield will have 1 attempt remaining at this height, 3 meters 62. Now this brings up Porter Caulfield of Montana. And the oh so close, but not enough for Gabe Birchfield. So he'll get scored today on his clearance at 342, 11 feet, 2.5 inches. Here's Caulfield now of Montana, third and final attempt at 3 meters 62. This is 11:10 and a half. And that'll be it for Caulfield in the men's pole vault. 3 meters 62 was just a little bit too much, but he'll get scored on 3 meters 52, 11.6 for Caulfield. And while the hurdle crew is getting things just squared away, making sure the hurdles are perfect, we'll get ready for heat number 1 in these men's 60-meter hurdle prelims. We'll have 2 heats. In lane 1, Stephen Pittman. In lane 2 from Idaho, Jurian Herring. Lane 3 from Eastern Washington, Rusty Lee. In lane 4 from Washington State, Parker Duskin. Lane 5, Luce Clark's Luke Mastro Barriardino. In 6 is David Stingle. And in 7, Idaho's Landon Peterson. Here's heat 1, men's 60-meter hurdles. And just to clarify, it does look like lane 7 is now vacant. So no Landon Peterson in this race. And a fair start. First over the first hurdle, there is Herring of Idaho. Herring pulling away. Herring and then back to Duskin of Wazoo. But that'll be Idaho's Herring, 796. So for qualifying to the finals, we're going to take the heat winner in the next 6 fastest times. Again, heat winners out of these 2 heats in the next 6 fastest times. So Herring has earned his way to the final. And that means we're ready for heat 2 in these men's 60-meter hurdle prelims. Looks like lane 6 might be vacant. So here are the athletes competing today. In lane 1, TJ Lynch. In lane 2 from Montana, Carter Peterson. In lane 3 from Idaho, DeAndre Davis. In lane 4, Jaden Green. In 5, Central Washington's Aiden Wise. 6 is vacant, so out in lane 7, Central Washington's Josh Boast. All right, heat winner plus the next 6 fastest times move on to the finals. And a great start in the middle of the track in all green there in lane 4. That's Jaden Green. How appropriate. Jaden Green, your heat winner. So he automatically advances to the final. We'll get you all those times as they aggregate for us. But again, this afternoon's final slated to go off at 2:15. So just a point of note there, the qualifiers in that men's 60-meter hurdle race, your two automatic qualifiers as heat winners, Jaden Green and Jurian Herring. The other qualifiers are Stephen Pittman, Carter Peterson of Montana, Aiden Wise of Central Washington, Rusty Lee of Eastern Washington, Washington State's Parker Duskin, and Idaho's DeAndre Davis. Quick update in the heptathlon pole vault competition. Cody Tevens and Judson Mansfield over the bar at 3 meters 72. That's 12.2.5. Eli Cash cashed out on this height. So the bar in the pole vault now moving up to 3 meters 82, which will see TJ Davis of Eastern Oregon enter the competition at this height. And midway through flight 2, attempt number 1, round 1, in the women's shot. Nana Gaedu of Washington State, your current leader, 14 meters 26. That's 46 feet 9.5 inches. Mia Sylvester of Idaho sitting in second overall, 13 meters 50, 44 3.5. Kathleen Van Zyl of Montana in the ring right now. Lily Fennessy of Idaho in the ring now. First attempt. Women's shot. Also, quick update in the women's triple jump. Looks like we're basically only running one flight, so we'll still take the top 9 to the final. They'll get 3 final attempts here. Those top 9 are Alyssa Gilbert of Montana, Elsa Gilbert of Montana, excuse me, Cambry Blair of Eastern Washington, Ainsley Shipman of Montana, Francesca Kuchu of Idaho, Amanda Munoz of Idaho, Sydney Zawina of Lewis Clark, Ellie Grant of Idaho, Emmy Tekperi of Central Washington, and Caitlin Simmons. Those are your 9 finalists. We'll have 3 more attempts in the women's triple. And the next event on the track will be those women's 60-meter hurdles prelims. We do have 3 heats. We will take the winner of each heat plus the next fastest times to this afternoon's final. Women's 60-meter hurdle final to be contested at 2:10 p.m. This event slated to kick off at noon, these qualifying heats. We did say, though, that with a running schedule, they could start up to 5 minutes ahead of time. So we'll see what the officials choose to do down there, but it looks like they're ready. Men's heptathlon pole vault, that was just Israel Miles of Eastern Oregon. He clears 382. Joins his teammate, Judson Mansfield, as the only 2 over the bar at 382. Women's shot, here's Whitney Morrison. Morrison competed in the multis yesterday. Ready now for heat number 1 in the women's 60-meter hurdle prelims. Looks to me as though lane 2 is vacant, so 3 through 6 will be occupied. In 3, Lewis Clark's Madigan Kelly. In 4, from Whitworth, Brooke Kimura. In 5, from Pepperdine, Catherine Little. And 6, from Montana, Kara Matson. My apologies, it looks like that might be Lauren Chandler of Central Washington in 6. And down the inside from Lewis Clark, that's Madigan Kelly. And that indeed on the outside was Lauren Chandler. She was wearing hip 7, was running out of lane 6. So again, the heat winners plus the next 5 fastest times will advance to this afternoon's final. And here's heat 2. Lane 1 should be vacant. We'll have 2 through, looks like lane 6 is also vacant. So in lane 2, Eastern Washington's Madeline Knight. In 3, Ellie Hinnebush from Whitworth. In lane 4, we have Thompson from Western Oregon, Hathaway, Lewis Clark in 5, Shipman from Montana in 6, and Marco from Whitworth in 7. And in lane 2, Madeline Knight of Eastern Washington. So Knight knows that she'll be in the final. We'll, of course, have to wait for the other automatic qualifier out of Heat 3 and then the 5 fastest times. Ready now for their third and final heat, the women's 60 hurdles. Again, this heat winner will automatically advance, plus the next 5 fastest times once it's all said and done. In lane 1 from Montana, Jael Dovacek. Lane 2, Maribel Caicedo. Lane 3 from Central Washington, Zoe McDevitt. Lane 4 from Whitworth, Amelia Hewson. Lane 5 from Pepperdine, Maddie Ortman. Lane 6 from Central Washington, Candice Nye. And in lane 7 from Whitworth, Emily Brown. And we'll bring him back here, see what the infraction ultimately was. Get him back in the blocks here. Dovacek in 1, Caicedo in 2, McDevitt 3, Houston 4, Ortman 5, Nye 6, and then Brown in 7. And now we're off and running in the middle of the track from Whitworth. Hewson now pulling it away. Caicedo, very strong second half of her race. Dovacek of Montana rounding out the top 2 there, with Hewson of Whitworth finally finishing 3rd. So in those women's hurdles, We'll be getting you those qualifiers here shortly. It looks like we do have those qualifiers now in the women's 60 hurdles. Your 3 heat winners, of course, Casido, Madeline Knight of Eastern Washington, and Madigan Kelly of Lewis Clark. Then your time qualifiers are Amelia Hewson of Whitworth, Elena Carter, Malia Thompson of Western Oregon, Lauren Chandler of Central Washington, Jael Dovacek of Montana, and that's your field there in the women's 60-meter hurdle final. That'll be contested around 2:10 p.m. this afternoon. Looks like the women's triple jump. We are now into the 6th and final round of jumps. Caitlin Simmons still your leader overall with 11 meters 84, 38.10 and a quarter. Tech Perry of Central Washington sitting in second with 11 meters 79, 38 feet 8 and a quarter. And Ellie Grant of Idaho sitting in third, also at 11 meters 79, 38 8 and a quarter. Women's shot put. Here's Spencer, 3rd round throw. Only Madison Carr and Fanotti of Eastern Washington left to throw in round 3, it appears. Also in the chaos that is a track meet, we've also started the women's high jump. And we've got clearances underway there. So finishing up the women's triple, rounding out flight 2 of the women's shot. Still in process in the heptathlon men's pole vault. And then next on the track will be the men's 60-meter prelims. And with that whistle, that means we're ready for the first of 5 heats of the men's 60 prelims. Looks like we might have a couple of vacancies out there in lanes 3 and 4. So in lane 1, Be Idaho's Jake Hysaw. Lane 2, Washington State's Ryan Forson. 3 and 4 vacant. So that goes out to lane 5, Washington State's Ethan Willems. And in 6, Washington State's Gavin Dimmick. Excuse me, and also in lane 7, Garrett Lowe. And Lowe out very well in lane 7, but now closing it down in lane 5. Willems of Washington State, 698. So we're going to take the heat winners plus the next 3 fastest times to advance to this afternoon's final. Men's 60 final, slated to go off at 3:05 p.m. Now ready for Heat 2 in this men's 60 prelims. In lane 1, Montana's Gordon McMillan. In lane 2, Washington State's Mason Lawyer. Lane 3, Hunter Beatty. Lane 4, from AC Training, this is Alec Culleton. Lane 5 is Montana's Jason Upton. In 6, Washington State's Blake Derringer. In 7, Washington State's Brendan Ganeshmurthy. In lane 8, Central Washington's Josh Green. And it does appear that lane 7 is actually vacant. And now quickly in lane 2, Mason Lawyer of Washington State pulling away, 682. He'll move on to the final. Again, top finisher, heat winner, automatically moves on to the final. And then we'll take the next 3 fastest times because we've got 5 preliminary heats and only 8 lanes. In men's heptathlon pole vault, bars now at 4 meters 02. That's 13.2 1/4. We've got two gentlemen over the bar. That's Judson Mansfield, who you just saw, and Christian Bothwell of Lewis Clark. Ready now for heat 3. In the men's 60 prelims. Looks like lane 1 is vacant. That's lane 2's occupied by Idaho's Jurian Herring. Lane 3, Carson Beats of Montana. Lane 4, Jacob Goudet. Lane 5 from Lewis Clark, Jed Barnaby. Lane 6, Central Washington's Trevion Walker. And in lane 7, Lewis Clark's Tanner Siebert. And in lane 8, Malik Whitehead. And it looks like Siebert of Lewis Clark in lane 7 did not show. So 2 through 6, 7 is vacant, and Whitehead in 8. Quickly in the middle of the track in the all-white, that's Barnaby. But on the inside, Jurian Herring of Idaho. Herring really putting it on there in the last 30 meters. And a quick update here from the women's shot put. We're ready now to go to the final 9. We had one qualifier out of flight 1. That'll be Haley Appleford, finishing in the 8th position overall. The rest of the 9 qualifiers all came out of flight 2. So they'll get reordered and get those sorted out. We'll have 3 more attempts for those top 9 athletes in the women's shot. Ready now for heat 4 in the men's 60-meter dash prelims. Again, the heat winner plus the next 3 fastest times will advance to this afternoon's final. And here we go in lane 1, Washington State's John Parades. In lane 2, Eastern Oregon's Dakota Pillister. In lane 3, also from Eastern Oregon, Maxon Huxall. In lane 4, that appears to be vacant, lane 5, Lewis Clark's Preston Cooper. In lane 6, from Montana, Tegan Holycross. Lane 7, Camden Corner. And in lane 8, Lewis Clark's Jordan Castillo. Quickly in lane 6 is Tegan Holycross. Down in lane 1, though, is Paredes. Tegan Holy Cross, Montana, 688, heat winner, so he automatically moves on. I'd like to point out that during these prelims, we did complete the women's triple jump competition with your top three being third place So I'm looking at this. We have a tie for second and third. And we look to the second best performance. It looks like the second best goes to Ellie Grant. So she finishes in second. Idaho's Ellie Grant finishes second. Emmy Tekperry of Central Washington finishing in third. And then Caitlin Simmons, your champion, 1184, 38 feet 10 and a quarter inches. And that whistle means we're ready for the fifth and final heat of the men's 60 prelims. And here are the athletes. In lane 1 from Eastern Washington, Dalton Wild. Lane 2 from Eastern Washington, Kristen Fennessy. In lane 3 from Idaho, Gemini Archer. In lane 4 from Lewis Clark, Ike Hopper. Lane 5, Washington State, Grant Buckmiller. Lane 6, Jordan Akita. Lane 7 from Eastern Oregon, Bryson Spears. And lane 8 from Washington State, Alan McCarrigan. Fifth and final heat. Gemini out incredibly well in lane 3, just to his outside from Washington State, Grant Buckmiller. Looks like Buckmiller, 686, over Archer from Idaho, 689. So our qualifiers overall to the men's 60-meter final, set to be contested at 3:05 p.m. We have our heat winners as Mason Lawyer of Washington State, Jurian Herring of Idaho, Grant Buckmiller of Washington State, Tegan Holy Cross of Montana, Ethan Willems of Washington State. And then our time qualifiers, Gemini Archer of Idaho, John Paredes of Washington State, and Kristen Fennessy of Eastern Washington. All right, we'll see all of them later this afternoon in the men's 60 final. All right, athletes, if you don't know, you're supposed to be checking in before your races. I'd like you to please do that, especially the 400-meter runners. Please check in, get your hip numbers. Same rules apply for everybody across the board. 45 minutes in advance of your scheduled competition, please check in to get your hip numbers. And we're back to the track now. We are going to be contesting in some heats of the women's 60. In heat 1, lane 1 from Washington State, Jasneet Nijar. Lane 2 from Montana, JL Dovicek. Lane 3 from West Central Washington, Alexis Hollis. Lane 4 from Eastern Oregon, Taylor Joyce. Lane 5 from Washington State, Jelana Woolman. Lane 6 from Washington State, Ashley Hollenbeck. Lane 7 from Eastern Washington, Jordan Kochi. And in lane 8 from Eastern Washington, Samaya Kuntz. That's heat 1, women's 60. And a quick start in lane 3. Lane 3 is Alexis Hollis of Central Washington. So a point of note, we have 3 heats of these women's 60 prelims. And of course, just like the men, we'll take the heat winner, 3 heat winners, plus the next 5 fastest times to this afternoon's final. The women's 60 to be contested at 3 o'clock. Ready now for heat 2 in the women's 60. In lane 1, Idaho's Jana Willems. In lane 2 from Pepperdine, Kaylee Peterson. Lane 3 from Washington State, Skylar Walton. Lane 4 from Montana, Riley McGree. Lane 5 from Western Oregon, Malia Thompson. Lane 6 from Central Washington, Juliet Williams. Lane 7 from Montana, Audrey Smith. And also from Montana in lane 8, Tara Olweiler. Appears that lane 5 is vacant, so no Malia Thompson. And out of lane 3, that's going to be Skylar Walton, Washington State. Walton will be your heat winner, automatically advancing to this afternoon's final. In the heptathlon men's pole vault, bars at 4 meters 22. Only 2 athletes left in the competition, Judson Mansfield and Christian Bothwell. They both cleared 4 meters 12. Now the bar is at 4 meters 22. Now ready for heat 3 of the women's 60. Third and final heat. Here are your scheduled contestants. In lane 1 from Washington State, Brooke Lyons. In lane 2 from Montana, Costly Bruno. In lane 3 from Idaho, Cameron Crouch. Lane 4 from Central Washington, Zoe Gonzalez. In 5 from Washington State, Elise Unruh Thomas. In lane 6 from Washington State, Michaela DeMello. In lane 7 from Whitworth, Amelia Hewson. And in lane 8 from Montana, Claire Hutchinson. Third and final heat, women's 60-meter dash prelims. And away we go. Michaela DeMello, but on the inside there also look like Costly Bruno. We'll see what DeMello looks like. She took the W here, 7:58 for DeMello. All right, we have those qualifiers for this afternoon's final in the women's 60-meter dash. Of course, your heat winners, Alexis Hollis of Central Washington, Skylar Walton of Washington State, and Michaela DeMello of Washington State. Your other participants and qualifiers in the final will be Cameron Crouch of Idaho, Jana Willems of Idaho, Jelana Woolman, of Washington State, Elise Unruh Thomas of Washington State, and Brooke Lyons of Washington State. So we'll see them this afternoon at 3 o'clock for that final. And a quick update now from the women's high jump competition. The bar is moving up to 1 meter 66. 5 ladies still in the competition. This is 5-3. They've cleared 5-3 and a quarter. That was 161. Grace Bruno now. Aaron Wild of Montana. Garza of Eastern Washington. Nagata. Bruno. Tick Perry. Those are the athletes still in the competition here at 1.66 meters. So we heard some cheering over there in the men's pole vault, heptathlon pole vault. It looks like Judson Mansfield indeed cleared 4.22 meters, 13 feet 10, and he's the only one to do it. So the bar moving up now to 4.32 meters, just for Mansfield. Tick Perry now, Central Washington in the women's high jump. And back to the track we go. You'll notice over on the east side, so midway between turns 3 and 4, as I call it, or just a straight east side under the large video board. We're going to get started here with a 4-section timed final, the men's 400-meter dash. Section 1, lane 1 from Montana, Ty Ferguson. Lane 2 from Montana, Taylor Johnson. Lane 3 from Eastern Oregon, Osman. Lane 4 from Idaho, Spencer Barrera. And lane 5, Drake Schneider.
Let's go, Grizz!
Ferguson, Johnson, Osman, Barrera, and Schneider on the outside. Schneider in the all pink. They'll stay in lanes until they round this bend, and then they'll be able to break to the rail for the final 200 meters. Schneider on the outside in pink. Just to his inside is Barrera of Idaho. Breaking to the rail now. We've got a little bit of a traffic jam. We'll see how it shakes out here through the final turn. Again, this is a 4-section timed final. Fastest time wins regardless of what section they're in. Schneider in the lead. In the home stretch they come. Schneider, Barrera. A late hard charge by Johnson of Montana into third. .47.22, the time to beat. 47.22. Women's high jump. So far, Wild and Tech Perry, the only two over the bar at 1.66 m, 5'5" and a quarter. Everybody else has 2 misses. That's Garza, Nagata, and Bruno. They'll each have 1 attempt remaining. Here goes Bruno. Ready now for Heat 2, or Section 2, timed finals here in the 400 meters. In lane 1 will be Sean Salveson. Lane 2, Montana's Jay Beagle. Lane 3, Idaho's John Watkins. In lane 4 from Montana, Cutter Thatcher. And in lane 5 from Eastern Oregon, James Connolly. And toward the outside, that's Thatcher of Montana in 4. He's made up the stagger, but it was inside John Watkins of Idaho, also making up the stagger. A lot of strategy in being the first to break for the rail. They will at the cones just about now. That's John Watkins of Idaho and Thatcher of Montana. Watkins of Idaho in the lead as they come into the home stretch. Now a late move on the outside. There's Thatcher now. Excuse me, Jay Beagle. That's Beagle. Beagle on the outside from Montana. And Salverson was closing on the outside as well. 49.77 for Beagle. So far, Schneider's time from Section 1, 47.22, that's holding up as the fastest. Justin Mansfield on the pole vault runway. Second attempt at 4.32 meters. And during those 400s, notice that Drew Klein finally entered the competition and cleared 4.32. So Mansfield have 1 attempt remaining at this height, but Drew Klein, Central Washington, has cleared it, so he'll move on regardless. Ready now for Section 3, the time final here in the men's 400 meters. In lane 3 from Eastern Oregon, Peyton Ennis. In lane 4, Maximus Richmond. In lane 5 from Eastern Oregon, Mason Nichols. So a 3-man race here in Section 3. Although I see 4 athletes out there, so we'll try to keep you updated with exactly who we have in the race. And we're off and running here with a fourth athlete who's not on my start list. So, breaking for the rail. And now we got the right names apparently have entered the system, so they're up on the video board there. You see Nichols, your winner of that section, 51 flat.
He's like, you haven't aged a day. I was like, thanks.
So after 3 sections run, Schneider, your leader at 47.22 out of section 1, still holding strong. Back to the women's high jump. That was just Tick Perry of Central Washington. And she'll bow out at 171. So Bruno and Wild have cleared 171. That's 5.7 1/4. Barr will move up now to 176 in the women's high jump. Ready now for the 4th and final section in the men's 400. Again, the best time of the day came out of section 1, 47.22. In lane 1 from Eastern Oregon, White Hawkins. In lane 3 from Whitworth, Cooper Rolfs. Lane 4 from Eastern Oregon, Bryson Spears. And lane 5 from Eastern Oregon, Evan Gunning. Clearance for Klein in the pole vault, 4 meters 52. Away we go, 4th and final section. I believe that's Bryson Spears. Close second place finish there by Cooper Rolfs. Well, at that final tally then, that means our winner was Schneider out of Section 1, 47-22. And rounding out the top three then, third place finisher overall in that 400 was Taylor Johnson of Montana at 48.07. Second place finisher from Idaho at 47.75, Spencer Barrera. And again, your champion, Drake Schneider, 47.22. Here's Drew Klein now, 4'72" in the men's pole vault. And the women's high jump competition. Final jumper and final attempt. Here's Aaron Wild of Montana, 176. And so that'll conclude the high jump competition with Bruno and Wild both having cleared 171. Now back to the track we go for the timed final here, section 1 of the women's 400. In lane 1 from Eastern Washington, Takaya Blue. Lane 2 from Montana, Lily Meskers. Lane 3 from Idaho, Prabhasha Wickramaracci. In lane 4 from Idaho, Olivia Martin. In lane 5 from Montana, McKenna Els.
Let's go, Grass!
Martin of Idaho making up the stagger. We'll see if she and Wickramaracci can get to the rail together here. The two Idaho Vandals, they're coming around the bend. They'll cut in at the cones. Section 1 of this four-section timed final. Excuse me, 5 sections. Fastest time of the day will be your champion, Olivia Martin, holding off her own teammate here as they're going to be coming out of the final turn into the home stretch. Martin, Wickramaracci. Wickramaracci moving into the lead now, late charge. The Montana athlete, McKenna Els, started moving in there, getting very dangerously close here, but we've got our champion there, 56.18, so that's the time to beat. Ready now for section 2 in this women's 400. In lane 1 from Lewis Clark, Emily Collins. In lane 2 from Central Washington, Elise Hopper. In lane 3 from Idaho, Adeline Wimmer. In lane 4 from Idaho, Francisca Storr. In lane 5 from Idaho, Ryan Madden. Section 2, time final, women's 400. I think we just had a starter's pistol malfunction there. We'll get things going again here in section 2. Meanwhile, another clearance by Drew Klein in the men's pole vault. So really just giving all the other heptathletes a bit of a rest before their 1,000 meter race. That 1,000 will be scheduled to take place 30 minutes after the conclusion of this pole vault competition. Also looks like we're underway now in the men's triple on the infield. And a good start this time around, again from the inside out. In lane 1, Collins, lane 2, Hopper, lane 3, Wimmer, lane 4, Storr, lane 5, Madden. In lane 4, that's Storr of Idaho. She's made up to stagger. She'll try to be first to break for the rail. Down on the inside though, at least Hopper in the all maroon. Hopper now into the lead. Hopper will break for the rail in first, Storr in second. Looks like Collins of Lewis Clark. She's got the white kit on. Elise Hopper of Central Washington. Storr of Idaho. Time to beat 56:18. Into the home stretch we go. Storr now moving up on the outside of Hopper. Storr of Idaho. She will break the tape in first out of section 2, 56:75. Not enough to overtake her Idaho teammate, Wickramaracci, at 56:18. Bar at 4.82 meters now for Klein. He's cleared 4.72. Another clearance for Klein at 4.82. Ready now for section 3 of 5 in this timed final, women's 400. In lane 1 from Central Washington, Zoe McDevitt. Lane 2 from Idaho, Belen Garcia Arias. Lane 3 from Eastern Washington, Sydney Thweet. In 4, Central Washington's Donna Marie Harris. And in 5 from Idaho, Laura Holzauer. And away we go. McDevitt, Garcia Arias, Thweet, Marie Harris, and Holzhauer on the outside. Marie Harris of Central Washington trying to make it stagger there on Holzhauer. Everybody's staying pretty even across the board. If anything, Holzhauer out in lane 5, starting to pull away. Holzhauer, Harris, and then down to Garcia Arias of Idaho sitting in 3rd. Donna Marie Harris of Central Washington now moving into the lead. She will take the lead into the final home stretch. Nobody there to challenge her as she's pulling away now. Central Washington teammate now Zoe McDevitt. Late charge from lane 1. She's gonna pull ahead into 2nd. Harris, 58-61. And it's worth noting back in that pole vault competition at 482, that is a new lifetime best in the pole vault for Drew Klein. And now he is attempting 4 meters 92. He'll have 2 more attempts at that height should he choose to take them. Ready now for section 4 of 5 in this women's 400 final. In lane 1 from Whitworth, Hannah Marco. In lane 2 from Lewis Clark, Macy Gunderson. In lane 3 from Idaho, Simona Bardasova. In 4 from Idaho, Lydia Nance. And in lane 5, Central Washington's Sarah Sewell. In from the inside out, Marco, Gunderson, Bardastova, Nance, and Sewell. Though Sewell does not appear to be there, so just the inside 4 lanes. That's Nance on the outside. Nance of Idaho. And she will ultimately break for the rail in first. Gunderson in white. Oh, but a quick move on the inside. I believe that's Marco of Whitworth in second. Nance, though, holding her own. She's going to come off the turn in first with a little bit of a gap. Nance into the home stretch. And back to Marco from Whitworth, Bardasova, and Gunderson. 59-55. Here goes Klein now, attempt number 2 at 492, heptathlon men's pole vault. Well, a valiant effort. You'll have one more go at 492. Prior to today, lifetime best was 475, so reaching well above where he's been before. Fifth and final section here in the women's 400. We've got 4 athletes here in lane 2. Emily Pomainville. In lane 3, Emily Brown of Whitworth. In lane 4, Ellie Hinnebush of Whitworth. And in 5, Katie Brown of Eastern Oregon. On the outside there, that's Katie Brown of Eastern Oregon. To her inside, in 4 is Hinnebush. Pretty even through the stagger right now. Emily Pomainville slowly closing the gap though. Pomainville in the all-white. I believe she was our mile champion yesterday. So coming down in distance to the quarter. Emily Pomainville. There she is. To the finish. Pomainville. 60.2. So that ultimately means that out of Section 1, Wickramaracci of Idaho will be your champion in 56.18. Over the men's triple jump, we've completed the first 3 rounds of jumps in Flight 1. This means Flight 2 is warming up. Just the standings as they are after Flight 1. Wayne Jamison, your current leader, at 13 meters 24. That's 43, 5 1/4. Nicholas Cunningham of Eastern Washington sitting in second at 13.19, and also at 13.19, which is 43, 3 1/4, is Zane Johnson of Montana. So we'll get going here in a little bit with Flight 2, men's triple. And let's go down to the interview corner as we get a word with our women's high jump champ.
I'm here with Grace, the winner of the women's high jump. To win today's competition, you PR'd twice. How does it feel?
Feels super great. I've been waiting for this for a while. I had a double PR, 5.5 and 5.7, so super excited, looking forward to the future.
Awesome. And are there any takeaways you can take from today's competition to help you later in season with conference?
Just staying confident and trusting my coach and just seeing where it takes us.
Awesome. Thank you, Grace. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
It's Grace Bruno, champion women's high jump. So now that we've concluded the pole vault competition as part of the heptathlon, the only event remaining is the 1,000 meters. And right now that's slated to fire at approximately 1:45. So for those athletes warming up for the heptathlon 1,000, 1:45 will be your start time. We're also underway now in the first flight, the men's shot put. We're in round one of throws with Alex Smith of Whitworth still your best thrower on the day so far, 40 feet 2 inches. That was just Eddie Vu of Whitworth in the ring for his first throw of the competition. And we're back to the track now for the men's 800 meters. We have a 3-section timed final. Section 1, in lane 1, wearing hip 1, Lorenz Herman of Idaho. Hip 2, the running designers Clayton Van Dyke. Wearing hip 3 is Zach Bright of Idaho. Wearing hip 4, Idaho's Gage Zanette. Wearing hip 5, Montana's Truman Thompson. Wearing hip 6, Idaho's Shay Matson. Wearing hip 7, Ethan Sturdivant of Idaho. Wearing hip 8, Henry Ballinger of Montana. And 9 is Casey Crouch of Montana. Section 1, men's 800 meters. And the double alley start.
Let's go, Chris!
A break for the rail now. That's Lorenz Herman of Idaho. He's out in the lead. And they're about ready to hit the lightsaber out there, and that represents the quarter, 54 through 400 meters. And Herman will hit the finish line, and this will be the bell lap.
Let's go, Chris!
Herman starting to pull away now. Less than half a lap to go. Coming off the final turn, into the home stretch we go for Lorenz Herman of Idaho. Herman into the home stretch. And he'll cross the line in 1:51.39. Van Dyke, 1:52.16. Ballinger, 1:52.86. So before we get going with the next heat, let's throw it down to the interview corner for a word with our winner of the women's 400 meters.
I'm here with Prob, the winner of the women's 400 meters. Now, Prob, personal best today on the 400, first time running for the year. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. You know, senior year, I'm really blessed to have like the best training partners. I have the best teammates, and like I'm really super excited for the rest of our season together. I think we all look really good. I think Jeff's got us ready for indoor and outdoor, so I'm really excited for what all the Vandals are gonna do.
Awesome. And then with your career best today, how are you feeling about the rest of the day today?
You know what, it's a packed weekend and we got the 4x4 left, which is like my favorite event ever, so I think it's gonna be super fun. I'm really excited. I get to run it with my best friends, so can't ask for a better senior night. Last race in the Kibby, so kind of emotional, but I'm super excited to do it.
Awesome. Well, congrats on the win, Prob.
And Parag Wickramaratchi, the senior from Idaho. We'll see her a little bit later in the 4x4. Looks like we're ready now for section 2 of the men's 800. Wearing hip 1, Bryson Otley of Southern Idaho. Wearing hip 2 from the University of Idaho, Luca Wagner. Also for the Vandals, wearing hip 3, Sebastian Bass. Wearing hip 4 for the Vandals, Evan Henkel. Wearing hip 5 is Joshua Burgers. Hip 6 from Southern Idaho, Ashton Drake. And hip 7 from Central Washington, Max Hutton. Again, they'll run in their 2 alleys until they hit the home stretch, and then they'll be able to merge all to the rail. Down the lead now, that's Sebastian Bass of Idaho wearing hip 3. And coming into the home stretch, that's hip 2, Evan Henkel out in the lead. And Southern Idaho's Bryson Otley on his heels. So Henkel in the lead, Otley in second, Bass in third. Henkel down the backstretch. Otley. Max Hutton now making a move into third place from Central Washington in all maroon. Henkel in the lead, coming off the final bend into the home stretch. Henkel, Otley, Hutton. Otley swinging wide. Henkel staying true to the rail. A late charge by Hutton. And he may just have done it, and he does. Central Washington's Hutton squeezes in there for the W out of section 2, 155.10. And with that whistle, that means we're ready now for the third and final section of the men's 800-meter run. Wearing hip 1 from Idaho, Kyle Swenson. Wearing hip 2 from Southern Idaho, Carlos Serratos. Wearing hip 3 also from Southern Idaho, Kale Kowalis. Wearing hip 4 is Colin Wright. Hip 5 from Southern Idaho, Owen Rogers. Hip 6 from Southern Idaho, Jonathan Frew. And hip 7 from Southern Idaho, Jackson Pratt. That's section 3, men's 800 meters. Looks to be Owen Rogers of Southern Idaho out in the lead on the outside alley, but we'll see as they break to the rail. Indeed, it's hip number 6, Jonathan Few. Oh, no, 5, excuse me. That is hip 5. That's Owen Rogers. And Serratos sitting in second overall. Rogers and Serratos. In the home stretch now for the penultimate time, Owen Rogers will hit the finish line to the bell. 1 lap to go. Moving up on the outside in second place, looks like Kyle Swenson of Idaho. Excuse me, that's Colin Wright. Colin Wright is sitting in second, my apologies. Owen Rogers holding his own here, the gap not narrowing as he comes into the home stretch, looking for the win here out of Section 3. And a great late charge by Jackson Pratt of Southern Idaho, I believe that is. Jackson Pratt anchoring the DMR last night. $157.79 for Owen Rogers. So that means our champion today in the men's 800 meters, Lorenz Herman. Back to the track we go. And this will be a 2-section timed final of the women's 800 meters. Here are the contestants in Section 1. Wearing hip 1 from Idaho, Hannah Russell. Wearing hip 2 from Lewis Clark, Geraldine Correa. Wearing hip 3 from Montana, Katie Whitehurst. Wearing hip 4 from Montana, Mackenzie Morgan. Wearing hip 5 from Idaho, Savannah Pratt. Wearing hip 6, Southern Idaho's Genevieve Bingham. Wearing hip 7 is Camille Usher. Wearing hip 8, Southern Idaho's Lainey Rowley. And wearing hip 9 from Southern Idaho, Madeline Christensen. That's Section 1, Women's 800.
Let's go, Grizz!
That's Whitehurst of Montana, and her teammate on the outside there wearing hip 4 is Mackenzie Morgan. They're going 1-2. Whitehurst and Morgan. Then back to Bingham of Southern Idaho. She's in the white kit. Still a tight bunch up front. Whitehurst, Morgan, and Bingham. They're going to have a lap to go when they cross the finish line. Whitehurst, Morgan, Bingham. Then back to Lewis Clark's Korea. Still Whitehurst, excuse me. Down the backstretch, but Morgan getting up on her shoulder. Can Whitehurst hold her off? Going into the final turn. Whitehurst, Morgan, Bingham. Whitehurst now turning on the afterburners. Into the home stretch we go. Whitehurst, Morgan, Bingham. A little bit of a gap happening now behind Whitehurst. Back to Morgan. Whitehurst pulling away. Whitehurst of Montana. She will be your champion out of Section 1. We'll have to wait and see how Section 2 holds up, but the way they're seated, that 2:14.60 by Whitehurst has a good shot of being our winning time on the day. And between heats here, we'll go down to the interview corner as we have a word with our women's triple jump champion.
All right, we're here. Winner of the women's triple jump won the long jump yesterday. How does it feel to win another event here at the McCluskey Memorial Open?
It feels amazing. I'm just hoping to keep it going, keep it rolling.
And you know, you transferred from being in Hawaii, now here you're from Virginia. How does it feel to be able to continue that success despite being at a new school for your first year?
It feels amazing. I have amazing coaches and teammates, and they really push me to be the best each day. So yeah, I love it.
And you got about a week until your next meet. What's the plan? What's the thought process before going into that next one?
Recovery, for sure. Recovery and making those small tweaks and really popping and, you know, pushing out the back. So yeah.
All right, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our women's triple jump winner. Now down to the second section, women's 800. We got a few athletes out here, 10 of them. So wearing hip 1, Southern Idaho's Elizabeth Phillips. Wearing hip 2, Pepperdine's Ashley Egan. Wearing hip 3, Southern Idaho's Elizabeth Stanley. Wearing hip 4, Central Washington's Madison Thompson. Hip 5 is Pepperdine's Abby Winter. Wearing hip 6, Southern Idaho's Abigail Case. Wearing hip 7, Southern Idaho's Sophia Burnett. Wearing hip 8, Southern Idaho's Marin Pohl. Wearing hip 9, Whitworth's Lily Jones. And wearing hip 10 from Lewis Clark, Kristen Thomas. That's Section 2, women's 800. That's Elizabeth Phillips of Southern Idaho. She broke for the rail first. She'll have 2 laps to go. That goes back to Pepperdine's Abby Winter. She's in the orange top over black. Madison Thompson of Central Washington. She's in the maroon kit in 3rd. Right now that lead pretty substantial though for Elizabeth Phillips from Southern Idaho. Back to Abby Winter from Pepperdine sitting in 2nd. 1 lap to go as she crosses the finish line here for Elizabeth Phillips. That's the bell. Fight right now is for second, currently held by Abby Winter of Pepperdine, Madison Thomas. Also Lily Jones in there. Elizabeth Phillips, though, dominating this second section. Time to beat 2:14.60. It's going to be close, but likely going to hold on for Katie Whitehurst's time out of section 1. Here comes Elizabeth Phillips. And that first time is surpassed now, so the battle is for the next best. 2:20.58 for Elizabeth Phillips. And a great late finish there by Jones of Whitworth. Egan of Pepperdine snuck in there at 2:26. Thompson of Central Washington, 2:26. And Winter of Pepperdine. So ultimately, your champion today is Katie Whitehurst of Montana, running 2:14.60. Next event on the track is scheduled to be the final event of the men's heptathlon, the 1,000 meters. Their starting line should be over in the southeast corner for the 1,000. You see up on the video board on the west side, you see the cumulative scores and standings for all the athletes going into this final event. Our early leader in the competition, Mason Mahachek, has elected to withdraw from the competition, so that means your eligible winner right now and leader in the clubhouse going into this 1,000 meter final event is Drew Klein of Central Washington. 4,488 points going into the 1,000. Judson Mansfield sitting 411 points back at 4,077, and sitting in third is Christian Bothwell of Lewis Clark, 3,938 points. That's 550 points out of the lead. So Drew Klein, your leader prior to this 1,000. Mains are officially ready now for the start of this 1,000 in the men's heptathlon. Great culmination to 2 days of competition for these gentlemen. You see they're started on the southeast corner. It'll be a waterfall start, 1,000 meters. When they hit the finish line for the first time, they'll have 3 laps to go. That's Christian Bothwell in the lead. He's in the white over black. Remember, Bothwell sits in 3rd overall, 550 points back out of the lead. Appears to be Daniel Watts now moving into the lead from Whitworth.
Go, Porter! Keep it up, Chris!
Watts now pulling away. Less than 2 laps remaining in this 1,000-meter race. Back to Bothwell. Colin Hughes of Eastern Washington. He's in there, moving up onto Bothwell's shoulder, now into 2nd place outright. Also appears to be Caleb Ness, I believe, in 3rd. So we've got Watts out in the lead. Hughes, Ness, Bothwell, and then a bit of a gap back to Klein in the maroon on the inside from Central Washington. Hughes now moving up into the lead. Hughes overtaking Watts, and here comes Drew Klein down the backstretch. He's in the lead overall, trying to put a stamp on this two-day competition. Hughes, and then a little bit of a gap back to Watts, Ness, and Klein. Bothwell not going anywhere. He's staying on the shoulder of Klein. Colin Hughes, though, he's going to take the win here in this final competition. Ness moving up there. Watts, Bothwell, and Klein. That was Mansfield crossing the line there. And I can tell you now that officially your champion in the men's heptathlon after 2 days of competition is Central Washington's Drew Klein. 5,198 points. And a late charge there and great final 1,000 meters by Judson Mansfield earns him second place overall from Eastern Oregon. And Christian Bothwell, Lewis Clark finishing in third, 4,663 points. Congratulations on 2 days of stout competition for these gentlemen in the heptathlon. As you can tell on the home stretch here, we're going to get ready for some finals as we've got the women's 60-meter hurdles at 2:10, men's 60-meter hurdles at 2:15, and then we're going to hit some other races out there. Very excited to get this afternoon off and running. Quick update now on the men's triple jump. We've now completed all preliminary jumps. Everybody's had 3 attempts in both flight 1 and 2. We'll take the top 9 to finals, where they'll each get 3 more attempts. The best jump of the day, though, by Eli Lawrence of Washington State, 15 meters 22. 49-11 and a quarter. And sitting second overall is Idaho's Simone Fidel at 14:35. That's 47 feet 1 inch. Then back to Trenton Johnson of Lewis Clark at 13 meters 80. That's 45 feet 3.5 inches. And over at the men's shop, but we're still doing warm-ups now for flight 2. Eddie Vu, the best performer out of flight 1 from Whitworth at 12 meters 57, 41 feet 3 inches in the shot. Joey Wylam of Eastern Oregon sits in second overall, 12:38, 40 feet 7.5. And then Alex Smith of Whitworth, 12 meters 24. That's 40 feet 2 inches. So again, we'll get warmed up here and contest the first 3 rounds of throws in flight 2 and then take the top 9 to the final.
I'm not qualified to do this. I can do lots of things. I can try.
Right, with the sound of that whistle, that means we're ready for a final down on the track, which will be the women's 60-meter hurdles. From the inside out, in lane 1, Elena Carter. In lane 2, from Central Washington, Lauren Chandler. In lane 3, from Lewis Clark, Madigan Kelly. In lane 4, Maribel Quesito. In lane 5, from Eastern Washington, Madeline Knight. In lane 6, from Montana, J.L. Dovachak. In lane 7, Western Oregon's Malia Thompson. And in lane 8, from Whitworth, Amelia Hewson. That's your field, women's 60-meter hurdles final.
Dude, what the heck? Let's go, Chris! Yep.
Oh, and a quick start by Madeline Knight of Eastern Washington, but here comes Casito in the middle of the track in the gray. Casito and her inside, Madigan Kelly looked like she picked up second place there. Indeed it is. Casito, 8:40. Kelly, 8:49. And Carter from down in lane 1, 8:52. Maribel Casito, 8:40, your champion, women's 60-meter hurdles. And let's go back down to the interview corner as they're with our men's 800-meter champion from Idaho, Lorenz Herman.
I'm here with Lorenz Herman, the winner of the men's 800-meter. Lorenz, how do you feel about the win today?
I'm feeling good. Not exactly the time I was hoping for, but today was all about competing, having fun, enjoying the track, enjoying the crowd. Yeah.
And you mentioned you're competing later in the men's 4x4. What are you looking to do as far as strategy in that event?
Just run as fast as possible. I see it as a good training heading towards conference where we want to defend our title in the 4x4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After a win yesterday in the mile, a win today in the 800, taking it to the 4x4 later, Lorenz Herman, your champion, men's 800 meters. Only 5 throwers deep here so far in the first round of throws in Flight 2, but so far Tanner Nett, the best throw of the day, 15:52, 50 feet 11 from Eastern Oregon. Alex Shields of Montana, 14 meters 22, that's 46 feet 8 inches, sitting in second overall there too in Flight 2. We'll keep you apprised of that. As you can tell, the next event on the track will be the final of the men's 60-meter hurdles.
Yeah, he was. He's like, even Grandma said, let's do it in reverse.
And back to the track we go now. Indeed, we are ready for the men's 60-meter hurdles final. Here are the athletes. In lane 1 from Montana, Carter Peterson. In lane 2 from Eastern Washington, Rusty Lee. Lane 3 from Idaho, DeAndre Davis. Lane 4 is Jaden Green. Lane 5, also from Idaho, Jurian Herring. Lane 6 from Washington State, Parker Duskin. In lane 7, Central Washington's Aiden Wise. And out in lane 8, Stephen Pittman. Now from up here, it looks like the start list had lane 3 as DeAndre Davis, but it looks like he is starting in 4. And the start list originally had Jaden Green in 4. It looks like Jaden Green will be in 3. So just flip-flopped. That might be what we're working out here. Looks like we're getting things sorted out here. Okay, back at it. In lane 1 is Central Washington's Aiden Wise. Lane 2 is Eastern Washington's Rusty Lee. Lane 3 is Jaden Green. Lane 4 is Idaho's Jurian Herring. Lane 5 is Stephen Pittman. Lane 6 is Parker Duskin from Washington State. Lane 7 is DeAndre Davis of Idaho. And lane 8 is Montana's Carter Peterson. And this time we're away. Idaho in the middle. That's Jurian Herring. Herring to his inside is Green, wearing all the green. Herring, though, is going to take the win. 796. Great win for Jurian Herring of Idaho, your champion, men's 60-meter hurdles. And we're going to go back to the interview corner as we have a word with our men's heptathlon champion from Central Washington, Drew Klein.
I'm here with Drew Klein, the winner of the men's heptathlon from Central Washington. Drew, over the last couple days, it's been a grueling course of events. Can you tell me how you feel about the win?
It was good. I walked away with 4 PRs, but I feel like I didn't quite execute to the best of my ability in every single event. So we're gonna get back to working and hopefully do better next time.
And what's one event that you would really like to improve upon for next time?
I would like to improve on my high jump. It was okay, but I haven't gotten a lot of jumping this year. So hopefully we can raise that mark by conference.
Thank you, Drew, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Always something to look forward to is the mantra of an athlete there. Nothing's ever perfect, and Drew Klein was perfect today, though, winning the men's heptathlon. Congratulations to our champion. Quick update now on the men's shot put, flight 2 through round 1 of throws. Noah Culbertson of Idaho, your best throw on the day, 16 meters 75. That's 54 feet 11 and a half inches. Giole Tengatini of Idaho at 15.61 is sitting in second overall. That's 51 feet 2 and a quarter.
That's the same thing which my technical director was
They're in
saying.
round 2 of throws, and again, once they complete their 3 throws apiece, we'll reorder and take the best 9 competitors for 3 final attempts. Next event on the track is a less commonly run distance. Scheduled to go off at 2:30. This is the men's 600 meters. Getting close to the start of our next event, which, as I mentioned before, is a slightly less commonly run event, the men's 600 meters, two-section timed final here. You'll notice they're starting midway down the straightaway on the home stretch. They'll essentially run 2 laps to the finish line. In section 1, wearing hip 1 from Lewis Clark, this is Carter Gordon. Wearing hip 2 from Idaho, Zach Bright. Wearing hip 3 from Eastern Washington, Owen Higgins. Wearing hip 4 from Southern Idaho, Bryson Otley. Wearing hip 5 from Southern Idaho, Tyler Stogsdill. Wearing hip 6 from Eastern Washington, Lucas Robert.
I think I barely do it. No, he should break it. I would rather have a... Yeah. The 600 works perfect.
And away we go. 2 alleys. Down on the inside, that's hip 3, Eastern Washington, Owen Higgins. But then on the outside, that's hip 2, Zach Bright now into the lead from Idaho. Bright with the headband in the lead over Higgins of Eastern Washington. In the home stretch, it's section 1 of this men's 600 meters, Zach Bright of Idaho. Higgins. And Carter Gordon of Lewis Clark. Ready to go now. This is section 2 of this 2-heat timed final. Wearing hip 1, who's on the outside there, is Thomas Doxey of Southern Idaho. So we have fewer athletes on the line than we had on the list. I'll just read through them though. We have Garrett Lowe, wearing hip 2. Wearing hip 3 was supposed to be Noah Horn of Southern Idaho. Hip 4 is Eastern Oregon's Ryan Robinson. Hip 5, Christian Henson. Hip 6, Jonathan Brooks.
Sorry. Following 5.
On your mark.
Staying in their alleys until the home stretch as they break for the rail. It's hip 1, Thomas Doxey. Started on the outside by himself. There's hip 2, Garrett Lowe. Doxey with a lap to go. Lowe sitting in second. The 600, an incredibly hard race. You got to run it like a quarter, but you have 200 meters further to go. Doxey out in the lead, Lowe in second. Garrett Lowe now coming up under the shoulder of Doxey. Lowe in the gray kit moves into the lead. Garrett Lowe in the home stretch, pulling away now. Doxey doing what he can. A late charge by hip number 3. That's Noah Horn. And a win there by Garrett Lowe. Not fast enough to overtake the winner from the first heat. So our champion today in the men's 600 meters will be Lewis Clark's Carter Gordon, 1:19.05. So let's take a break now, go down to the interview corner as we're with our women's 800 meter champion, Katie Whitehurst of Montana.
I'm here with Katie Whitehurst, the winner of the women's 800 with the University of Montana. Katie, how are you feeling about the win today?
You know, it was a great win. I'm just grateful to be here, grateful for the opportunity and to be healthy enough to run a good race.
And you mentioned you're going into your next event, the women's 4x4. What is your team's strategy going to be looking like to compete against the other teams in this race?
You know, our strategy, I think, is just to hold the best position we can, run the best leg we can, and do it for our team.
Thank you, Katie, and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Katie Whitehurst, the winner of the women's 800 meters. Next event on the track will ultimately be the women's 600 as they make their way around towards the finish line where their starting position is. We'll just have one final in this women's 600. So working away from outside in, looks like wearing hip 1, Eastern Oregon's Sydney Peck. Wearing hip 2, Eastern Oregon's Kendall Bunzani. Wearing hip 3, Camille Usher. Wearing hip 4, from Pepperdine, Caroline Fleener. Wearing hip 5, Pepperdine's Kayla Renner. And finally, wearing hip 6, Pepperdine's Avery Smith. And off we go. Looks like Camille Usher, I believe, in the lead on the inside alley. So remember, the outside alley, they'll have to wait till the straightaway to break to the rail. Camille Usher wearing hip 3, indeed. She'll have a lap to go. We're gonna hear the bell right now. Fleener, Smith, and Renner of Pepperdine. They're running 2, 3, 4. Down the backstretch we go. Camille Usher with a commanding lead. Now a big move by Avery Smith. Into the home stretch for Camille Usher. Grinding it out, the pain on her face, you can see it. And a late hard charge by Smith, but Usher holds on as champ in this women's 600-meter race. Camille Usher. It's worth stating that during all those other races, we did conclude the men's triple jump competition. Your champion today from Washington State with a mark of 15 meters 46, 50 feet 8 3/4 was Eli Lawrence. Rounding out the top three, in third was Lewis Clark's Trenton Johnson. In second place was Idaho's Simone Fidel. And also in the women's pole vault, the bar is at 10 feet 4.5 inches. That's 3 meters 16. We had two clearances, being Stoddard of Eastern Washington and Folger Vent of Eastern Washington. And now a clearance by Carrie Ann Bryant of Central Washington. This will bring up Harley Grant of Eastern Oregon for her first attempt at 3 meters 16, 10.4 1/4. And another miss for Thornhill of Central Washington at 3:16. Second attempt now for Harley Grant. So Grant and Thornhill will each have one more attempt at 3 meters 16, 10.4 1/4. And just to note, there are a number of athletes yet to even enter the competition. So there's quite a few athletes who will be vaulting at higher heights. I believe about 5 athletes will be entering the competition at the next height, which is 3 meters 31. Kyra Thornhill, third and final attempt now at 3 meters 16. All right, the bar's moved up now to 331. And a clearance by Rosalie Folger-Vent of Eastern Washington. She'll be first over the bar at 331, 10-10 and a quarter. This will bring up Grace Stoddard now of Eastern Washington. And she's got a clearance there, 331, 10-10 and a quarter. Quick update over the shot put. Noah Culbertson still your leader in round 5. Roland Grusso Mosquera of Washington State has moved up into second. Tanner Nett currently in third. And Culbertson has thrown 17 meters 10 twice now in this series. Now moving on to round 6 of throws for this final, the men's shot put. It looks like we're about ready now to start one of our sprint finals that we qualified to from earlier this morning. This is the women's 60. Here are your contestants. In lane 1 from Washington State, Elise Unruh Thomas. In lane 2 from Idaho, Jenna Willems. In lane 3 from Washington State, Michaela DeMello. In lane 4 from Central Washington, Alexis Hollis. In lane 5 from Washington State, Skylar Walton. In lane 6 from Idaho, Cameron Crouch. Lane 7, Washington State's Gilana Woolman. In lane 8 from Washington State, Brooke Lyons. That's your field in the final women's 60. And Walton a great start, but Hollis in the middle of the track in the all maroon of Central Washington. Hollis gonna come to that finish line for the W. Alexis Hollis, 7:46. Walton 7:54. DeMello 7:55. But your champion, Alexis Hollis of Central Washington, women's 60. Tangatini of Idaho in the ring in the men's shot put. And he's stoked about that one. He currently sits in 4th overall, 15 meters, 61, 51, 2 3/4. See if there is an improvement there. 1589, an improvement. 52 feet 1 3/4 inches. Keeps him in 4th place overall, but an improvement nevertheless. Grusso Mosquera of Washington State now in the ring. The penultimate competitor in the men's shot. And he'll step out of the ring. That'll be a foul for him. There's only one man left, so he's the champion, regardless of how this throw turns out. This is Noah Culbertson of Idaho. So he will be your champion. But back to the track we go. This is the final in the men's 60. In lane 1 from Washington State, John Paredes. In lane 2 from Washington State, Ethan Willems. In lane 3 from Washington State, Grant Bruckmiller. In lane 4 from Washington State, Mason Lawyer. In lane 5 from Idaho, Jurian Herring. In lane 6 from Montana, Tegan Holycross. In lane 7 from Idaho, Gemini Archer. In lane 8 from Eastern Washington, Christian Fennessy. That's your field in the men's 60-meter final.
Let's go, Tegan!
And away we go, a tight one into the middle of the track. That is going to be Lawyer across the line in front. Looked like Buckmiller just to his inside. Perhaps Herring to the outside. And look at that, Lawyer is your winner in 675. Buckmiller, 679. Gemini Archer sneaking in there for 3rd. It looks like the bar in the women's pole vault now is going to start moving up. Next height in the progression, 3 meters 46, it appears. All right, let's get down to the interview corner for a chat with our winner of the women's 600 meters.
I'm here with Camille Usher, the winner of the women's 600 meters from Spokane Falls Community College. Camille, how does it feel to get the win today?
It feels good. First time I've ever done it.
That's awesome. And you mentioned you're competing in the women's 4x4 later today. What is going to be your strategy going into that event?
Just run fast. I don't have a strategy.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats to our winner in that women's 600. That was a clearance for Zimmerman of Montana. 3 meters 46, 11.4 and a quarter. This brings up Central Washington's Carrie-Ann Bryant, her first attempt at 3 meters 46. And she'll have a couple more goes. Next on the pole vault runway for her first attempt at 11 feet 4 and a quarter, 346. This is Hannah Watson. And Hannah Watson over the bar at 346. This is Molly Chambers. She's entering the competition for the first time here at 3 meters 46. And Molly Chambers, no problem at this height, clearing 11.4 and a quarter. Shaylee McGee now up for the Grizz. First attempt, 346, 11.4 and a quarter. Next on the runway, Kelsey Lovercheck of Eastern Washington. Her first attempt at 346, 11.4 and a quarter.
I don't know if I they put this whole thing up just
So with 3 over the bar at 346, being Zimmerman, Watson, and Chambers, we're down now up to second attempts for Folgervent, McGee, Stoddard, Bryant, and Lovercheck.
It's also like they have a really nice
This time it's good for Folgervent. So Eastern Washington athlete joins her compatriot Hannah Watson Montana's Emmer Zimmerman and Montana's Molly Chambers as the 4 over the bar at this height.
Cross country, like they don't give any money to the cross country athletes because like
Grace Stoddard now. And with that whistle, that means we're ready now for the start of our next event on the track, a 2-section timed final in the men's 1,000 meters. Got 11 athletes here, so we'll run through them kind of quickly. Wearing hip 1 from Eastern Oregon, Hunter Nichols. Hip 2 from Eastern Oregon, Johnny Wind. Hip 3 from Southern Idaho, Caden Tupper. Hip 4 from Southern Idaho, Jackson Pratt. Hip 5 from Southern Idaho, Tom Doxey. Wearing hip 6 from Eastern Oregon, James Thatcher. Wearing hip 7 from Southern Idaho, Ashton Drake. Hip 8 from Southern Idaho, Matthew Quiros. Wearing hip 9 from Southern Idaho, Tyler Stogsdill. Wearing hip 10 from Lewis Clark, Cooper Carlson. And rounding out the order here, wearing hip 11 from Lewis Clark, Tristan O'Brien. In the pole vault, that's a second miss now. Carrying Bryant. Meanwhile, Grace Stoddard did clear as well. That's Hunter Nichols of Eastern Oregon and Johnny Wind, both teammates there. 2 laps to go. Nichols and Wind, and here's the bell lap. That's Cooper Carlson, James Thatcher, also in the mix there. Hunter Nichols and Johnny Wind. Hunter to go. Late charge, can he hold him off? That is Carlson. Looks like Nichols may have just edged out. We'll wait and see what the timer says. Indeed, it's Carlson of Lewis Clark. Takes the 2/100ths of a second win over Hunter Nichols in that 1,000-meter race. We'll see 2:30.80 the time to beat. And section 2 is being whistled over to the start line. We'll give you those introductions here in a moment. Wearing hip 1, Javon Cabrera. Wearing hip 2 from Lewis Clark, Connor May. Wearing hip 3 from Eastern Oregon, Luke Davis. And these guys are all from Eastern Oregon. So hip 4 is Justin Ash. Hip 5, Thomas Ogden. Hip 6, Skylar Perkins. Hip 7, Trevor Nichols. Hip 8, George Showers. 9 is Christian Mendoza. 10 is Bennett Walsh. And rounding it out for the Mountaineers, Winston Telford, wearing hip 11. That's section 2 in this 1,000-meter timed final. And back to women's pole vault. Bar moving up to 3 meters 61. 7 athletes still in it, with 2 yet to enter. We should see Madison Negro of Washington State enter here at 361. Connor May of Lewis Clark out quickly. Connor May. And that's Justin Ash. And just a train of Mountaineers. And coming into the home stretch here with a lap to go, that's hip 11, Winston Telford. Telford 1 to go. Justin Ash, Connor May, and Trevor Nichols sitting there in 4th. Winston Telford of Eastern Oregon. Down the backstretch he goes. The gap widening over Ash. Connor May now moving back up into 2nd place overall. Trevor Nichols holding on to that 4th position. But Winston Telford now, less than 100 meters to go. On a late charge by Connor May. It's not gonna be enough though, as Winston Telford will hold on. Winning section 2. But your champion today is definitely coming out of Heat 1, which will be Cooper Carlson, 230.80 over Hunter Nichols, 230.82. Next up will be the women's 1,000. Again, we have a 2-section time final there as well. Meanwhile, during that race, Rosalie Folger-Vent cleared 3 meters 61, the only one over the bar there. Looks like this might be Madison Negro of Washington State for her first attempt in the competition. Grace Stoddard now of Eastern Washington, her first attempt at 361. On the runway now is Emma Zimmerman from Montana. First attempt, 361. But back to the track we go for the first of two time sections in the women's 1,000 meters. Wearing hip 1 from Eastern Oregon, Lauren Mitchell. Wearing hip 2 from Pepperdine, Hannah Miller. Hip 3, Southern Idaho's Jerisa Jackson. Wearing hip 4 from Eastern Oregon, Madeline Nichols. Wearing hip 5, Sophia Hernandez from Southern Idaho. Wearing hip 6, Grace Teagues from Lewis Clark. Wearing hip 7 from Southern Idaho, Macy Chugg. And wearing hip 8 from Eastern Oregon, Sadie McCoy. And another mountaineer wearing hip 9, Jaden Cochran.
Yeah, you left it here. It's in Lost and Found.
And a clearance in the women's pole vault for Molly Chambers. So that makes 3 over the bar. Zimmerman, Chambers, both from Montana, and Folger-Vent from Eastern Washington. And now it's an early lead. It's hip 1, Lauren Mitchell of Eastern Oregon, followed closely by Jerisa Jackson of Southern Idaho. Lauren Mitchell, Jerisa Jackson, and Grace Teagues of Lewis Clark. Those are your top 3. Laura Mitchell of Eastern Oregon trying to pull away a little bit here with Grace Teagues now moving up into second. Here's the bell, 1 to go. Laura Mitchell continuing to dominate this 1,000-meter race. Off the final bend into the home stretch she comes. Laura Mitchell of Eastern Oregon gritting it out to the finish line. And great also finish by Grace Teagues. And then back to Teresa Jackson finishing in third. Stephanie Hernandez, Nichols, and Cochran next across the line. Here's Hannah Miller and Macy Chugg. There's Sadie McCoy. That concludes section 1 of this women's 1,000. Section 2 now, we've got 9 athletes competing. Wearing hip 1 from Eastern Oregon, Macy Reed. Wearing hip 2 from Lewis Clark, Brooklyn Shell. Wearing hip 3 from Eastern Oregon, Kalia Hines. Wearing hip 4 from Eastern Oregon, Maddie Woodbury. Hip 5 from Lewis Clark, Aubrey Williams. Wearing hip 6 from Southern Idaho, Lillian Neff. Wearing hip 7, Southern Idaho's Elizabeth Stanley. Wearing hip 8 from Lewis Clark, Abigail Pigtall. And wearing hip 9 from Eastern Oregon, Ashley Treadwell. And away we go. Time to beat 2:55 by Lauren Mitchell. Three laps to go now. Back at the pole vault runway, here's Madison Negro of Washington State. She entered at this height, has 2 misses. This is her 3rd and final attempt. Bell lap coming up now for section 2 of this women's 1,000. Brooklyn Shell, the leader Aubrey Williams right there with their teammates from Lewis Clark. Here's Abigail Pictal, Macy Reed, heading into the final turn now, Shell and Williams. And a clearance in the pole vault. Lovercheck over the bar. And there comes Brooklyn Shell. She wins section 2. All right, at the conclusion of that race, we're going to go down to the interview corner for a word with our men's shot put champion, Noah Culbertson of Idaho.
We're here with the men's shot put winner, Noah Culbertson. Noah, how do you think it went today?
Went all right. It was a little bit of a rough win, but we got the dub, and just as long as I'm throwing for glory for God, then that's all that matters.
That's great to hear. What are the goals for the rest of the indoor? 18 meters potentially?
Yeah, that's always the goal. The goal is to throw 18 meters by indoor and to help me set up to throw even further for outdoor.
Awesome, we'd love to hear it. Thank you.
And congratulations to the Vandals' own Noah Culbertson, champion, the men's shot put. And as it stands, the final results are in on that women's 1,000. Your champion today, running 3:01.61 from Eastern Oregon, Lauren Mitchell. Running at the top 3 was Grace Teagues in second, and Brooklyn Shell out of section 2 with the 3rd best time of the day. But our champion, Lauren Mitchell, 3:01.61. And as you can tell, the mayhem is about to begin here to round out this amazing 2-day meet, the Lauren McCluskey Memorial Open. This will be the men's followed by the women's 4x400 meter relay. The way I see it right now, we've got 3 sections of the men's 4x4. Women's pole vault, the bar's moving up now to 3.76 meters. 7 women still in it, with 1 yet to even enter the competition, so technically 8 people. First vaulter, Rosalie Fulgervent at 376. So with that run through, that'll be 1 miss assigned to Fulgervent. Negro of Washington State up next, as she did ultimately clear on her 3rd and final attempt at the previous height, 361. Montana's Emma Zimmerman on the runway, 376. Anna Watson now on the runway for Eastern Washington. And back down to the interview corner for a word with our champion in the women's 60.
I'm here with Alexis Hollis from Central Washington University, the winner of the women's 60 meters. Alexis, how does it feel to win today?
It was good. My prelims didn't go as planned, but I knew I had to execute and put everything out there that I had.
You mentioned you're competing next weekend at the University of Washington. What is going to be your strategy going into that event?
I just need to trust my coaches and my training and do exactly what I've been doing all year.
Thank you and congratulations.
Back to the track we go now. This is the first of 3 time sections in the final, the men's 4x400 meter relay. So in lane 1, the team from Montana. Lane 2, the team from Idaho. Lane 3, Eastern Washington. In lane 4, Lewis Clark and Spokane Community College in 5.
Let's go, Grizz!
off and running. Men's 4x400, Section 1. Spokane Community College on the outside. Lewis Clark just to their inside. Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Montana down on the inside. So wherever they start or hand off, they'll have about a lap and a quarter. A lap and a third, roughly, I guess. So the first handoff is going to be right as they come off the bend. And into the straightaway. Montana now into the lead. Montana handing off first, but the edge rests with Idaho on the rail. There goes Montana. Savannah Schultz of Eastern Washington clears 376. The first over the bar. And back to the track, Montana over Idaho. And 2/3 of the way around the bend here. They will be handing off. Montana first, Idaho in second. This is leg 3. Here's Montana on the lead leg. The mile and 800-meter champ, Lorenz Herman of Idaho, sitting in second place. They'll hand off at the end of the straight stretch. This will be for the anchor. This is it, Montana with about a 10-meter gap.
Go Taylor!
That gap is closing. Montana in the lead. Idaho playing runner-up. What can we see here? Montana still maintaining, nobody breaking down too badly yet. In the home stretch we go, Montana over Idaho. And it'll be Montana taking the W here in Section 1. And a tight battle for third here is Lewis Clark and Central Washington. Here's Spokane Community College finishing up. Still the women's pole vault, Savannah Schultz, the only athlete having cleared 376. We have double misses now for Emma Zimmerman, Rosalie Fulgervent, Hannah Watson, and Madison Negro. And now Molly Chambers joins that crew of the double misses. Shayla McGee of Montana up next. And next on the track here will be section 2 in the men's 4x400. Got the team from Idaho in 1, Lewis Clark in 2, Montana in 3, Eastern Oregon in 4, and Central Washington in 5.
Here we go, Chris.
So Shaylin McGee also with 2 misses. This brings up Kelsey Lovercheck. Her second attempt at 3 meters 76, 12 feet 4. Off and running. Looks like perhaps the team from Lewis Clark withdrew, so we've got 4 teams. Idaho down on the inside, Montana in 3, Eastern Oregon in 4, and Central Washington in 5. Handoff number 1 goes to Montana, just like it did in the first section. And now to Idaho. Central Washington swinging very wide to get around Idaho. Into the backstretch we go. Montana, CW, Idaho, and Eastern Oregon bringing up the rear. So at the end of the turn here, they'll be handing off to the 3rd runner. And it looks like Idaho now creeping up on the shoulder of Montana. Are we going to see a pass in the home stretch? Montana digging deep. But
Go, Chris!
Montana managing to hold on. Final handoff coming up. This is for all the marbles here in section 2. Montana, Idaho, Eastern Oregon, and back to Central Washington.
Go, Casey!
Less than a lap to go for these athletes. Central Washington having made a big move up into third. What can they do? Are they going to make their way up into second? We'll see as they're closing in on Idaho while Montana continues to pull away in the lead. Montana into the home stretch we go. Central Washington now coming up on the shoulder of Idaho. But did they burn too much too early? And they did. It's going to be Idaho in second. Central Washington having closed down a massive gap, but just not enough to get in there. Back to the pole vault here. Hannah Watson, third and final attempt at 3 meters 76, 12'4". And oh so close, but no cigar, as they say. So 376 is a no-go. For Watson, she bows out, along with Zimmerman, Folger-Vent, and Negro. This leaves Chambers, McGee, and Lovercheck, each with one attempt remaining. So far, Savannah Schultz, the only athlete over the bar at 376, 12'4". And let's go down to the interview corner. We've got our winner of the men's 60-meter hurdles, Jurian Herring.
We're here with the men's 60-meter hurdle winner, Jurian Herring. Jurian, how do you feel the race went today?
First, I want to thank God for getting me here healthy and allowing me to compete today. But I think the race went about as good as I can ask, considering we're mid-January. Body was feeling good. We still got some things to work out, but at the end of the day, I'm real happy.
That's good to hear. What are the goals for the rest of the season?
Continue this momentum. It was a good day. We're lowering the season average from last year, and just try and finish out the season. Continue to run faster.
Awesome. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
And congratulations to Jurian Herring, winner of the men's 60-meter hurdles. And a final event on the track today, I believe, is a three-horse race, as they call it. Eastern Oregon will be in 3, Idaho in 4, and Spokane Community College in 5. On the runway now, okay. Kelsey Lovercheck, third and final attempt. Not enough to get her over, so she'll end the day having cleared 361, 11:10. So that leaves just one. Savannah Schultz, the only one over the bar. And the race is underway. We'll see what Savannah Schultz elects to do here. Idaho team hands off in first. There's Eastern Oregon and Spokane Community College. Eastern Oregon having taken over the lead now from Idaho. Will be handing off as they get pretty darn far around the turn here. And that'll be it for these guys, handing off to the third leg. And it looks like Idaho does not have a fourth man, so that'll be it for them. So now who we have left on the track? We've got Eastern Oregon out in the lead and Spokane Community College in second. Great effort, first time around here, 391 for Savannah Schultz, but a miss nevertheless. Back to the track, Eastern Oregon now running by themselves on that anchor leg. As they cross the finish line, they'll have one lap to go. Gap closing just a little bit, making it interesting with that anchor leg from Spokane Community College. To the finish line they go, Eastern Oregon. They will be your champs here in Section 3. So overall, your champs here in the men's 4x4 was that first section team from Montana, 3:14.49. That's 2 down, 1 attempt remaining now in the pole vault. Savannah Schultz, last athlete standing. She is your champion regardless. Just sort of some free jumps here to see how much higher she can push today. Now to the track for the women's 4x400 meter relay. Just 2 sections out there. Section 1, lane 1, Eastern Oregon. Lane 2, Lewis Clark. Lane 3, Eastern Washington. Lane 4, Idaho. Lane 5, Montana.
Let's go, Grizz!
And pretty even across the board here, but that means down on the inside, it's going to be Central Washington moving into the lead. Excuse me, Eastern Washington. And Eastern Washington and Idaho, then back to the Grizz of Montana. Here's Eastern Oregon as well. Eastern Washington, Idaho, Montana closing the gap on Idaho right now. They'll be handed off to the third leg. While Eastern Washington's in the lead, there's a big move now coming by way of Idaho. That was our 400-meter champ earlier today. Idaho handing off in the lead. Here's the anchor leg. I believe this is Storr of Idaho. 1 lap to go.
Go, Chris!
And crossing the line for the W is the team from Idaho. 3:47.04 the time. See Montana up there in 3:50.45. Eastern Washington 3:55.05. Here's the team from Eastern Oregon.
They're probably like, you're not helping. Yep, that's the goal. We're supposed to know. We're trying.
Section 2 now, the women's 4x400. This will be the final event of competition in this two-day amazing meet at the Lord McCluskey Memorial. On the track here, slated to be the team from Idaho in 1, Eastern Washington in 2, a second team from Idaho in 3, Spokane Community College in 4, and Central Washington in 5. Looks like we may only have actually 3 teams out there. Looks like got Idaho in 1, Idaho in 2, Spokane Community College in 3. And off number 1, there's the team from Idaho, another team from Idaho, and Spokane Community. And coming around the bend here, be handing off to leg number 3. Spokane Community College now moving up into 2nd overall. There's the handoff for the first Idaho team. Handoff for Spokane Community College. And nobody there for the second Idaho team. Everybody getting in a good 400-meter effort. So we've got 2 teams left on the track here. And in the home stretch, this is Idaho. Final leg now.
Good thing you guys were right in the right spot. Spencer was close, and then you like totally picked it in. Yeah, he did.
Here come the Vandals, all alone now with less than 100 meters to go to the finish line to bring home this two-day track meet to a close. Section 2 winners, Idaho. And a final finish there for Spokane Community College.
Probably.
We'll get it on the board.
I love how you rolled. It looked like you had a bottle of alcohol.
Phenomenal day of competition here in the Kibbe Dome at the Lauren McCluskey track and the Lauren McCluskey Memorial Open. Want to thank everybody, participants, fans, families, but most importantly, I want to thank all the officials who do their jobs here selflessly all the time, every time Idaho hosts a meet. We thank you for your service. Wish all the competitors out here today the best of luck for the rest of your seasons. So for the host school, the University of Idaho, I'm Rob Vermillion. It's been a pleasure being with you here today over the last 2 days for the Lauren McCluskey Memorial. Thanks and have a good night.